Pretty good. Check 1 2 1 2. Hello, test, test, test. 3 4 5 6 7 8.
The mayor sits right here.
ready, Christine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna call the work session to order for February the 18th, 2020 at 5:30 PM. Now, in work session, Councilmember Nakamura, you
Here.
here?
Yes, sir.
Pro Tem Lindemood?
Here.
Councilmember Wheat?
Here.
Mayor is here. Councilmember Dodson?
Here.
Councilmember Kelly?
Here.
And I'm pretty sure Councilmember Rigney will be here shortly.
I'm pretty sure.
I haven't heard to the contrary. So we have 4 items on the agenda. The first one is the landscape design for the John McCain West Coast Roundabout.
Good evening, everyone. Adrienne Lothry, Assistant City Manager, here back before you to circle the wagons on our conversation about the roundabout plans for the new roundabout at Westcote and John McCain. So over the last couple of months, we have talked about a number of different potential ideas for what that roundabout, landscaping or public art type design could be. Obviously, we're familiar with the location. And I just put a couple of the slides that we've looked at over the last few months here as a refresher. So you'll recall that there will be a portion of this roundabout that is, if I can pronounce this correctly, traversable. I keep wanting to say transversable, but traversable, so that if there's a large truck driving through, there is a little bit of a mountable curb there. So the actual part that we'll be designing is the interior portion of that. One of the options was to leave it plain. I think we kind of nixed that right away, said no, we want to do something attractive, consistent with what we've done in our other roundabouts. But we talked about a tree, we talked about sculptures, looked at different ones. And then for reference, we put up there the size of the existing roundabout, which is one of our smaller roundabouts here at Main Street in the Village, just for comparison. Given that kind of that interior island diameter is about 27 feet in that location, and in the proposed John McCain Westcote location, that's only 21 feet. So again, it's a really small space, so we need to think about something that is appropriately visible, but it is going to be something that's noticed, but not overtake that small space
I have a
either.
question, and this is an engineering question, not a view question.
Okay.
Since that's transversible, what's the potential for them to just drive through it? In other words, if you line it up, you could almost drive across it, it looks to me like.
Sure. Now, I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to give you the engineer's answer. I'll defer to Ray on that.
There's a curb there.
But I mean, there is going to be a curb. It's not a completely flat, flush pavement, if I'm correct,
It's like a couple inches or.
Yes, I mean, I think it's, if you had a large, perhaps
That's the
moving
outside,
truck
right?
that was driving through that intersection and needed to go through
They can
there.
drive over it.
They could, but it would not be such where it was,
not a barrier curb.
easy to do on a, I think it's something people would definitely avoid with a regular vehicle, unless there was a reason to mount it.
The barrier curb is a 6-inch curb that is a hard stop.
Right.
That's not what you have here, because
sloped.
it's designed to be used for making those tough
Right.
turning movements.
Something like the one on Glade Road.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we have one some of that.
But that's.
Okay, it was just, yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned.
But there is a
It
hard
is-
stop curb though in the middle. I
Of
mean,
course, yeah,
that's-
I understand that, but I'm just concerned since it's the potential.
You kinda
for
gotta
people
have
to
it
drive
like that,
straight
because
through.
if somebody's with a big moving truck or
somebody towing a long trailer.
Yeah.
Because I've run over them towing a long
Well,
trailer.
you see it every day, and not purposeful, but
No.
people just trying
No,
to.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
certainly gonna happen, so we wanna plan for it proactively.
Okay, well, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay, so we looked at these different options. This was the first kind of tree and small sculpture. We had said we were more interested in the sculpture route. So we initially had looked at maybe going in the horse direction, but then we decided that we were going to do the mother and foal horses over at the McDonwell Westcote Roundabout there with the kind of stream with the river rock bed. So we're looking at some other options for landscaping and sculpture at this location. And this was a collage of all the different sculptures that we have looked at for this location over the last few months. I went ahead and put up their measurements just for reference, because I know that's going to be a big factor in what we feel like is appropriate for this space. Also put up their price. A lot of them are, really any of them at this point are pretty reasonable. They're all, 20,000 or under. But some may, again, be a little bit small for the space. But really, as with art or, anything in this vein, it's going to be, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Everyone's going to have a little bit different take on what they find the most attractive. But those were the sculptures that we had looked at. We can come back to this in the discussion if we need to.
Does that big horse fit?
So the big horse would, it is
Just barely.
9 feet long. And if you look at the dimensions
21.
on the proposed,
It's
the
21.
interior is 21, so it would take up a lot of it. You'd have a little bit of space on the sides. But it would certainly be the most robust
Okay.
of the ones that we've looked at. So we looked at those, and then we also went back to the drawing board, visited with Lisa and said, okay, what can we come up with that might give the council just another out-of-the-box option? I know everyone was struggling with kind of coming to a consensus on where we wanted to go with this, and said, okay, well, what else have we done that's not quite a sculpture, since we hadn't found one that everybody loved quite yet, and looked at the planters that we have here in the village that are really attractive, and came up with a landscape design, again, kind of an elevated center section with that elevated planter option. Again, kind of low maintenance materials, but still having some softer landscape around the outside. Just another option for you guys to consider. And wanted to bring that back forward in a work session format to give you all a chance to discuss that with one another and see if there was a particular direction that everyone was comfortable moving forward with. And the one other aspect to that is through the course of this, we'd identified the eagle statue, the Majesty statue you see there is perhaps a really great fit for in front of our Justice Center. We've talked for years in kind of a joking manner that we'd love to take that officer that's currently in front of the Justice Center that is not necessarily a full-size officer. I put the measurements there just for reference. And maybe relocate that to the updated atrium space and then put something else in front of the Justice Center that everybody might be a little bit more excited about. And the idea with eagles and patriotic theme, thought maybe that would be a good fit. Again, very reasonable in price, and that might be an opportunity if the council's interested. We could order that and switch that out in front of the Justice Center. So again, just ideas for you all to consider. And then we can go back and look at any of these pictures as you all discuss.
Go back to the option
Yeah.
slide.
Okay, the sculpture
Yeah.
collage, okay.
Right, yeah.
I really still like the eagle. It just is majestic, and I like
Rolling about
the time majestic.
She's just kind of short.
Yeah, she's too short.
Yeah,
Height
I always
problem.
thought, I love the eagle, it's majestic. I think it is a good idea to have in the Justice Center too. I mean, so it's a good spot for it. So I guess my opinion is, I like the eagle, that would fit. That one there is high, it's not big, but it's tall.
Which one are you talking about, the eagle?
You talking about High Hope?
Kids, okay.
And
So of
so,
all those,
for
that
those
one,
that can't see, that's a bird up there.
yeah, eagle may be my first choice, but that one was a good choice too, because I think it's
That's my
Taller.
first
high.
choice.
Yeah.
And I'm learning that you need some height in these roundabouts, and it's not big around, so it fit well.
Are there pedestals that these things could sit on, or no?
Certainly, we could pour some sort of concrete base, have that stoned. We could have the lower, what I'll call, we could have something here and then build a smaller one to sit it up on. So certainly, we can design anything like that.
I mean, I like those planterns and I like them in the city, but I don't know that I like them in the
I
roundabout.
don't like it in
Okay.
I mean, they look great on the street corners.
Now, in the roundabouts, I'm noticing, boy, if they run a roundabout, they're gonna have to look good every single time if there's nothing else to look at. With the statue, you got something to look at in the wintertime if they're not.
Blooming and,
Roads.
yeah.
Right.
That's what I like.
Because Lisa would have to go out and pick those weeds, wouldn't Lisa?
She'd be pointing a finger at you. I like the first one as well, and then
I-
the Justice Center with the eagle. What are we gonna do with the police officer? Can we put it in
We
Chief's
have-
office?
We were gonna put him in the atrium.
The atrium, that everything looks so.
I don't know if you all saw it, one of the,
I think Chief needs it in his office.
Yes.
I was gonna say, why don't we put it in the corner of Chief's
Here, push
office?
him.
Yeah.
Nobody
This is the updated atrium. You may have seen it when we were there for a swearing in of the new
Yeah,
officers
but
recently.
if I cast a vote, can we put that in his, I'm teasing you, Chief.
I want a life-sized, Bobby-sized.
With the atrium, at least it'd still be recognized at the department. And
Absolutely.
it's part of the.
Say it again, Jerry.
Yeah.
In the atrium, it's still in a, semi-public area of the department, so the officers can see it, so recognizes it.
Yeah.
And, because it was something that was purchased for the police department.
And when Lisa's
So-
team updated the atrium, we thought that this might be something that was considered in the future, so they already planned to potentially have that in the atrium space in their design.
That'd be great.
That is beautiful.
I think it would look good.
Okay, so am I hearing yeses
I hope.
on, I hope
So
for
this is
the
just for
roundabout?
the Westcote and.
This would be the John McCain Westcote Roundabout, High Hope, with some appropriate landscaping tiered design to make it look attractive, and then the Majesty for
Way
the
back,
Justice
George.
Center.
Okay,
Yeah,
what
I like
about?
that. I like the pony also, but that's my second choice.
I do too, I just like I don't know if the finish is different, but It doesn't, it looks like it's dull or something, next to the striking freedom.
It's
Do
got
you
more
think
of a
that's just
bronze,
the
and it's got
image,
more
or?
of a dull finish. Yeah.
I think the finish is a little different.
Okay.
The
Are
Highland
you
was
wanting us
actually
to
bigger.
take a vote here? Is that what we
So
should
we
do?
need to make a call.
I like number one, High Hope.
I'll second that.
I'm seeing heads nod.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'll go with that. That's fine.
All right.
It's
Okay,
fine.
wonderful. We'll move forward with that. Thanks for discussing.
Thank you. Hi, Kelly. Kelly's here now.
Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning, good morning.
Okay, now moving to agenda item 2, which is discussion of SUP requirements for massage therapy business. Ben's going to talk about that.
Yes. Good evening, Ben Briner, Director of Community Development. This is for a Land Development Code possible amendment specifically related to massage therapy uses. And I'll get into that here in just a little bit. So the City of Colleyville regularly reviews language in the Land Development Code in order to identify possible improvements and to increase quality standards related to development and businesses within the city limits. One area staff has looked at and is proposing improvements to is in regard to massage therapy uses. Some of the potential issues identified and recommended changes include continual change in ownership, change and expansion of the use as originally identified with the certificate of occupancy, and then non-compliance with building code and sign code regulations. And we've seen an increase in the number of these types of uses here in the city of Colleyville. And so we are proposing some amendments to the Land Development Code in order to better control these types of uses within the city. And that includes new definitions, identifying the use within the Schedule of Permitted Principal Uses chart, and then new regulations specific to these uses. So again, we've seen an increase in these uses within the city limits, and then there's been some changes. You know, they get a certificate of occupancy, and then they expand their actual use, and then it creates some issues. And so the first amendment would be in relation to the definitions. So this would go into Chapter 2. And I will say that we look to see what other communities are doing, and we have two cities that we are referencing, Haltom City and then Cleburne. And so some of this is taken from those cities. So the first is massage therapy licensed. This is what you would typically anticipate with a massage institution. So they are licensed by the state of Texas as a therapist, as defined by state law, and it's where you'd go for really more of your medical type related massage experiences. And so that's the underlined part in the first part of the paragraph. These are your licensed facilities. And then for the massage therapy unlicensed, there are different businesses that do a form of massage that do not require the state license. A lot of those are your acupuncture, acupressure, reflexology, and similar, which are also uses that we see coming into the city.
But the wording reads exactly the same, except for that, the last sentence.
Yeah, so these are, I think the difference mainly is the areas of the body that they can massage.
Okay.
So a lot of your reflexology is just going to be your foot, your feet, or your hands, so your extremities.
But that the addition of that last sentence implies those are the ones that don't require license. Is that correct?
Through the state of Texas, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so.
So there's really not,
If there was a spa that did massage and acupuncture, they would fall under both of those definitions. One licensed, and then for the acupuncture part, they're doing it, so that function would fall under the unlicensed, right?
yes. Now, I don't know if, I'm sure a licensed massage therapist can do these same things, but the business may not only employ licensed therapists. And so I think what you're saying is accurate.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, the reason I said it that way, to George's point, why isn't that sentence also in the first one?
Well, I think this is just to identify that
What that one is.
the ones that are specialized into these types of uses,
Yeah.
they don't have the licensing that is required for your traditional and
Right.
full-service massage therapy uses.
I guess my other question is, why do we even have a category of reflexology? I mean, is that also unlicensed?
Yes.
Yeah. Just
All
define,
of
it's
it
just
down.
defining it.
No,
Just do
I'm
that.
just,
Yeah.
okay.
Now, again, I think a lot of this is just so that we have the framework and identify what the different types of uses there are. So if I go into the permitted principal uses chart, currently, they really are all falling under our day spa category, or
Yeah.
beauty shops, barber
Oh,
shops.
okay.
And you can see where they're permitted.
Yeah.
So there's really not a lot of definition to them, not a lot of regulation. And so with the number that we're seeing, we felt it was necessary, or at least appropriate to review and see if we want to regulate.
Sure.
So the proposal then would be to call it out as massage therapy. Now, what we've done is, rather than differentiate between the two as far as where they can go and the requirement, it's both licensed and unlicensed. So whether you fall within one or the other, our recommendation is to only allow them through a special use permit in the CC1, CC2, and CC3 districts.
Okay.
So you would have a chance to review all of them.
Yep.
And then finally, with the regulations, these are some specific regulations that we can propose as part of these uses. And so again, if approved by the special use permit, then they would also be required to meet these requirements. Primarily, it's distance from churches, schools. This was, again, in reference to one of the other cities. It did say 300 feet from a residentially zoned parcel of land. That one potentially could be problematic for us because our corridor is so narrow.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be adjacent, in a lot of cases, you will be adjacent to residential properties. So that's one to think about. But then 300 feet from another massage therapy establishment.
A question about 300 feet. Is it 300 feet from the property of the churches or schools?
How's it measured?
Yeah, so
It should
similar-
be, that should be noted in the statement.
Yeah, I think we do need to clarify that. I know with our alcohol uses, it's from the place
door.
of business to the property of these uses. So
No,
whatever the
it's from the main
suite is
entrance.
or tenant space, it's 300 feet to the
That's not
property of,
The
that's
main
being used for a
entrance.
church or a school.
Is it, but in that case, is
So
it
they
measured
door.
door to door, front door to front door, or not?
Well, in this case, I think we can do it either way, any way that we want.
I think we
So if
should
wanna
do it
straight
from the
line-
property.
Well, you don't know
Oh,
that.
that's longer, though.
Well, I don't know why there is, I would just say, these are probably traditional standards you're using for special use. And so they may or may not apply to this use. I think the most important ones are the distances from each other, so you don't have a saturation in an area. But that doesn't have to be 300 feet, that can be a percentage based. And then, of course, E is extremely important, that the special use expires when
Oh, I think that's the
tenant
biggest.
change.
Yeah.
But the others, because of the commercial nature where they're limited already, I don't know that, I think that language is more intended for some of the harsher special uses, like maybe a traditional alcohol or gas station or whatever, restaurant, things with odors and things. I don't know if that's as big of a deal. So maybe you could be a little more limiting in this number and the frequency, and of course in the term, but I don't know that you have to really be so specific about the churches and the schools. I don't know what the basis of that concern would be.
Well, it's just similar to alcohol or.
Yeah, but the reason
Yeah,
for those is
you're
much
right.
more clear. I mean, it's much more pronounced.
Yeah, so these,
I agree with removing those as well. I like the distance or percentage for having, how many we have around, and the final one for sure. That's just my 2 cents.
the other communities included these distances, so it's in there to, first off, to showcase what the other communities are doing, but then also to have this discussion, whether it's appropriate for us or not.
Yes, but I think that this is a touchy subject matter because of some of the abuses that happen. And so those conditions are attempting to deal with the abuses, but if you have to put those in there to deal with abuses, then you're not doing your job. They should either not be in existence, or should not have been granted the special use to begin with, or they should have been shut down. And so what I'm saying is that what we're gonna have allowed in town is going to be a more traditional business operation that is a quiet neighbor. So those conditions are more in line with a problematic neighbor. So I'm not sure, other than maybe parking or something like that, those are always legitimate concerns. I don't know that you really have the traditional challenges of a special use. That's just my opinion. And I think maybe they just copied it over from another special use, or maybe they didn't deal with it probably.
I think we want it several feet from another one. I don't think we want row after row.
About D.
The only reason I say sometimes you do a saturation instead of a distance, because both are good, is you could have them clustered together, but it makes sense, but not too many in a district.
Yes.
In other words, so you may have a couple of salons that cluster together because they kind of work together, there's a good synergy, but you don't want the whole center to be.
That's right.
So I agree with the limitation, but the limitation of distance sometimes, it's like clothing stores, sometimes they cluster together because it works well, as opposed to being pushed apart.
You'd agree with that. I mean, right here in the village, we probably violate that 300 foot.
Right.
If there's a salon like that provides any cosmetology services, but they may have just one massage room, or a nail salon that does one massage, I mean, are we gonna contact these people, or they need to come forward with an SUP to provide just that? I'm just asking for
Talking about
clarification.
existing.
That's what this last paragraph is. If it's an existing one today, it would be allowed to remain unless there's any change really. So occupancy classification, the use, occupant, business name, or business owner.
But it's a fair question, because if somebody has an existing non-conforming or legal non-conforming use, they could continue to operate.
Yeah.
But let's say they had, like you said, they had one station and they want to add a second station. Now they're gonna be triggered by this. And you'd hate to have that second station then fall under the category of comparison. Well, another one just opened down the street. And so now you can't, those kinds of things. And so I agree with you, there's some legitimacy to the option. The other thing you could do is, if you wanted to, you could bring all of them that exist today into conformance as part of a single process. That's a little more involved.
Yeah, I was
but
gonna say,
that
what does
may-
that entail?
Then you'd have to go into each one of those and make sure that you identify a category, and you either grant them a special use as they exist today, with the conditions that you have placed on them, or you make sure they understand that if they do any changes, even change in ownership, they're gonna fall out of compliance and then have to go through a process.
So, just like over there where we get our haircut, the tune-up, the Manly tune-up thing, they do massage. Is that same thing? You're gonna consider that the same thing? And then if the hot yoga next door is doing the same thing, so we're gonna go through everybody, even on the smallest detail of that,
Yeah.
if they're already registered as a salon.
And that's the challenge here, because the massage is defined as the touch, not the circumstance as to how it's applied. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a good point.
I mean, I think that those are really good questions. And how is it also gonna apply in salon suites and situations like that, where they're each individual businesses, but there might be 5 in a salon
That's a
suite
good
setting?
point,
I
too.
mean,
In that case, you'd have to give, the special use would be to the
The facility.
master tenant or the
Oh, that makes
facility owner.
Okay.
And then they may rent out chairs or things, but then they'd be required, under their special use, to require that each of their individual be licensed and or covered under their insurance, or whatever conditions we put on them. But that's very common, where people
Yes.
rent an area
Yes.
or a chair, if you will.
when you don't wanna max out your percentage if you have just one salon suite with 2 or 3 people.
Right.
I mean,
Right. The real challenge of this and the goal of this is to make sure that those individuals who either own a facility or who have maybe individuals within that facility, that they have some responsibility to making sure that it's being operated correctly, and they can't just say, well, I'm sorry, they just rent from me.
Yes.
They have to have, and so the good businesses want that, because they're the ones that are harmed by the bad ones.
Absolutely.
And this is intended to bring everybody on equal footing.
So it sounds like there's 2 kind of big things that have to happen. Number one, we have to decide on all the regulations, definitions, all that, and then we have to decide also, how do we deal with the current existing?
Good point.
I'm hearing maybe remove A, B, and C.
Yes.
How does the saturation idea work? What do you define as?
You could either be within an area, you could do it within a zoning district, which I think is harder, because the zoning district covers larger areas.
Yeah.
You could say within, a geographic area, define them by your map is in areas of the corridor, like we'd say from Main Street to Glade and whatever. And you can say in any one stretch, there can be no more than a certain percentage. Or you can do it by the development or by the building. It's up to you. The real challenge, I think, the effort to prevent saturation is really about having all of your retail centers just immediately be, saturated with these types of uses. It's similar to what, there was a problem when banks, were big on expansion and communities wanted to limit the number of banks along corridors. And so it's similar to that.
Also, are you gonna talk, we're talking about massage therapy, are we gonna talk about physical therapy as well? All these physical therapists we have around town also do and they rent out suites as well.
I was
But
wondering,
it doesn't
Bobby,
include
yes,
physical
I was
therapy.
wondering that too, so anybody that has one of
What are
these
you gonna do?
different qualifications, they're outside of this rule, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, I wanted to make sure as well, I'm glad you
Yeah,
brought
they're
that up.
totally outside.
And some of the acupuncturists around are doctors.
Well, and so that's one of the challenges, because if you're applying the therapy and you're licensed as a massage therapist, you would fall into the special use. If you're somebody who is medically licensed performing some type of traditional medical treatment, that's a different issue.
Okay.
And so we've got.
And that's outside of
Nurse
this.
of medicine,
Yes.
chiropractor.
Okay, chiropractor.
Essentially, yeah.
But the line is very
Right, it can be very
often
fine,
crossed.
yes.
And so our argument would be if that line is crossed in the process of performing medical treatment, okay. It's only when that medical treatment then separates and now you're actually going for some type of actual non-medically driven treatment.
So if we're going to impose this, I'm sure there's gonna be some type of fee or something. Can we waive this fee for for those that have already? That way we can try to get people to get in compliance.
Yes.
And not, and then moving forward, those who do register, if there is a fee, that we go that way.
Yes. And one of the challenges we want to really, do this, we're trying to work out the language right now to make sure everybody's comfortable with it, because once we do that, it's probably not a bad idea to reach out to those businesses and say, let's just have an open house or a forum to come in and let's talk about it, explain what we're looking at doing.
Great
Point
idea.
out for us the faults or the things we're missing, and then also help them create a process. And you could have this come into effect at a period of time, so it gives them adequate time to go through that process and then waive the fees, and so that, you've got that kind of in place for them, certainly.
I really like E. I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, and E, I was gonna ask about current tenant, just says current tenant, but I think down below, you are very specific. Shouldn't that wording be in here in E?
This is probably something that we would add into the ordinance, similar to what we do with the alcohol sales.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So that's why I didn't include it here, because it's something that we could.
You could
Yeah.
expand that though to
Include it as
say
part of it,
tenant,
yeah.
subtenant,
Yeah.
owner, operator, whatever the case may be, doesn't change. Because that's the whole key here, is that's the
Yeah,
trigger.
that's what we mean.
Or change a name.
Yeah, right. Okay. So
So
the.
it sounds like it's trying to work out
Yeah,
a
so the
different
question
language for
is, what
D.
can we do? Is there some way to go at D in terms of the saturation approach versus distance approach?
I think the other thing we can do, no matter what, similar to other SUPs where city council has the authority to modify these types
Yeah.
of regulations
Yeah,
as
of
well.
course. Yeah,
For those
okay.
cases that warrant.
Yeah, so you could even vary that within the special use.
Yeah.
Make it something that's amendable by
Yeah.
the special use, extraordinary conditions.
Right, these will be what we're looking for up
Yeah.
front, but if it makes sense to vary them or modify.
Cool.
All right. Any other questions? But
You're in a good direction.
I would think we could also say maybe no more than 3 per 1,000 feet or something like that.
Yeah, you just gotta be careful, because you have a lot of places
Because
where
I don't
they
know how many
do
we have
cluster
right now,
forest.
yeah.
Okay.
And like down here in the village is a good example, but so
Yes.
too is even right off of Glade there, there's that center there.
Oh, that's a good point.
A single building that might have multiple businesses operating.
Even there by Whole Foods, there's like a massage envy, something, the salon suites, there's like in that one center, and then across the street, it's not, I mean, I think we have more than we realize.
Yeah,
We have a lot, yeah, this type of city.
You're probably right.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And most of them are.
We'll also come up with then a program as to how to reach out and include them. Maybe an open house at the
It's a great
Colleyville
idea.
Center and
Yes.
invite these business owners to come in and hear this. I think most of the business owners will appreciate what we're trying to do. We just want to make sure we understand that we don't want to impact them negatively. We want to make their trade.
Trying to help them, right?
Yeah, they're more controlled.
Yeah, agreed.
Very good. Thank you, Ben.
Because I'm sure the
Jump off
problems.
this. I know this is one
are not
more
good for the
caveat to
business,
this,
obviously.
is that, like, the place where we go get our haircut, are we gonna give them a CO, like a CO for that business establishment? Or will it be for individuals that are in there because their turnover is constant? I mean,
No.
So what you have to do is it has to be for the
The
business
owner.
location.
Okay.
And so if they rent chairs in there, the business location has to have that special use.
Okay.
So the rental of a chair is covered by that. But that would be something they'd have to identify in their special use application, so that our special use approval ordinance would identify that they have up to 8 chairs. And those chairs are occupied by, independent contractors.
Okay.
That
Just
kind
wanna
of
make
thing.
sure, I know that, I'm sure.
The reason is so they doesn't turn from 8 to 18.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, those are pretty straightforward limitations.
But to that point, you said they do massages. What do they do? Shoulder
Just, yeah,
massage?
just a shoulder and then a scalp massage and stuff like that, so, and all the ladies that are in there are men too, they all offer that service when you're getting your hair cut.
Yeah.
So, that's why I wonder, and again, you walk in, there's 2 new faces, it seems like, every 2 weeks.
Yeah, so interesting, so an interesting point. I mean, I've always taken that, get your hair cut and they wash your hair, and that's just part of that process. So is that considered a massage?
No, he's talking about something different. They
Yeah,
actually
I don't think so.
will give you a massage.
More like if there's a
Upper
service
shoulder,
offered that's a
like
massage.
You're paying for it.
It's like a separate service.
Separate service, yeah.
Okay. Separate from the.
It's a good question, yeah, because it does exist in a lot of places.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Okay, item 3 is, Christine, going to give us an update on boards, commissions, and committees.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Christine Levin, City Secretary. In early October, we had a discussion about all of the city's boards, commissions, and committees. This is an opportunity to update you on your directives and what has been accomplished. So since October 2nd, and I'm also going to be seeking some feedback. So since October 2nd, you had directed us to update the application for appointment and advertise and accept applications year-round as opposed to advertising periods for the specific terms of the boards, commissions, and committees. So that was accomplished. We updated the website, and we sent that out to all current board, commission, and committee members. City Secretary's office also promoted the boards, commissions, and committees and this process at the State of the City that we just recently had. You'd asked us to change some of the term dates for some of the committees. Metroport Teen Court, we have 2 members on that, and they did agree to a 2-year term as opposed to the 1 year that we had previously had. The terms for the Architectural Review Commission, Colleyville Center Advisory Committee, Community Garden, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, their terms moved to March from September. CDC, TIF, and the Audit Committee and Municipal Judge Review Selection Committee moved to June. Those were a mixed bag of appointment dates. We moved terms to November for the CIP, the Library Board, Historical Preservation Committee, Teen Court, Planning and Zoning Commission, Sign Board of Appeals, and Zoning Board of Adjustments. Colleyville Center, you had asked us to ask if the civic organizations wish to continue to be represented, if they wanted to make their own appointments or be ex officio members, and if they wanted to look at a different meeting frequency. We sent that request via email, and all of them came back with they had no changes requested, and that they would do whatever the city council would prefer them to do, but they felt like it was a good working committee. You also asked us to contact the Architectural Review Commission and the Historical Preservation Committee and seek their opinion on decommissioning or reestablishing them as an ad hoc committee. This one was a little bit more difficult, as you can well imagine. Those who have served on those committees and had actual real time working on them. For the Architectural Review Commission, 5 out of 7 members responded, and I thought that that was a very good response. So basically, all of the responses for the Architectural Review Commission, they don't really believe that they have a purpose right now. So they would really, they would do whatever council truly wanted them to do, but they didn't feel like they had any purpose, and they had not met in a long time, except for once in a 4-year period.
So can we talk about that one now? So I read, so 5 of them responded, and my reading of, and those responses are in our packet, and my reading of the responses, basically 4 of them, it was kind of a no doubt about it. Well, 3 of them are no doubt about it. Yeah, we haven't met a long time, or it's been far between, and we agree that probably don't have a lot to do, don't need it. One, Curtis, who is young, has been there on there since day one. He's an architect. So he wrote a more lengthy response and basically said it's okay if you do away with it. And they all said we stand ready to help you when you need help. So, you know, you could count him as 4. So 2 didn't respond. So 4 out of the 7 were fine with it. One of them who responded and really said, hey, I agreed, well, we hadn't had a lot to do, but I'm not sure we should go away. And, or we shouldn't go away without having some process for how you would do this ad hoc stuff you're talking about. So my thought there, my recommendation is fine. It should go away as a committee, but we should have a process where those that are currently on the committee, and we would state that in the future, as we, the council, see a need for advice from this type of, in this topic area, we would put together an ad hoc committee with specific objective, as we've been doing for ad hoc committees. And we would retain those people that are on it as far as their terms currently play out, so that we're not firing them, we're just, all of us recognize, well, they hadn't a lot to do, and we're saying, well, we will do this in the future on an ad hoc basis as the need arises, won't be a standing committee. And we could say, as long as the current terms are there, we will pick, if we have an ad hoc committee, you will be put on that committee. When those terms expire, then, okay, now all bets are off, so everybody's got to play out their role, and whatever in the future after that time we need, an ad hoc committee and pick whoever's appropriate at the time. And I figured, okay, that's a process that explains how you would, the current committee members would be treated and how, what our intention is. I think that would satisfy everything I read in any of those responses. So that would be my recommendation on the Architect Review Committee.
The Historical Preservation Committee was asked the same question. And there are 9 members, 2 members responded, and both stated that the committee should continue. Again, you had received their responses. So certainly the city council has some options here, and we will follow whatever direction that you ask us to do.
I just felt like those 2 were so, really wanted this position, and they wanted it to really keep going. In my opinion, only is, if those 2 are the only 2 that responded, I kind of felt, well, those guys could stay on as a small committee to give us advice of what's going on.
Well, I think, to me, I think the Historical Preservation Committee is important to commit to the city. However, I think we've all talked about, you know, depending on your view, there's lots of things that could be done. It has worked for us to define things that need to be done and assign people through ad hoc committees to go do it. I think the Historical Committee could be handled that way. And so in this case, what are those things that are important to do from a historical perspective? And one of the respondents gave a pretty good list. I mean, he really did.
So
And
was really good.
so this represents an opportunity, I think, to kind of re-cue this. And I think it would be wise to take the opportunity, not doing it away. I mean, I recognize, I assume you do too, that this is an important function. The question is, how do we do this effectively for
I
everyone?
think we
Make use
better
of the
do,
committee.
Yeah,
we
make
should
good use of the
define,
committee. Yeah.
define the category,
Yeah.
the areas that they would be considering.
It sounded like almost in the email, he had a charge of what he'd like to be doing.
Yeah.
And
right.
maybe we actually start breaking that down and start looking at those things and say, okay,
Yeah.
let's see if we can move forward with,
Yeah.
grabbing all that historical information from Bob, I believe his name, or,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
doing those things and get something to where we can start, but I think it's really important for Colleyville to have that history
Yeah.
and be put up
I do
somewhere.
too. So on this one, I think we got feedback, and so I think we still have a little work to do to think through this. I'm certainly willing to put a little more thought into it before we come back and say, okay, here's what we should do. But I wanted to talk about it enough to say, I'm gonna be putting some thought into it. If you want to, too, great, we'll talk about it again before we take some action. In the meantime, you would tend to just move along until we do that. So I would like fairly quickly to come back to this work session to get a little bit more concrete on how we would do it.
It's together.
And I'll take a little onus to help do that.
We'll leave it listed with the terms as they are now. They had moved to November terms, and even though no one has applied to replace those expired
Yeah.
November terms, we'll just note that we're working through this at this time.
That's fine.
And that'll be the response to any committee member that asks
Thank
as
you.
well.
Absolutely.
Okay. The next item was, we were directed to roll the tree board and parkland dedication committee responsibilities into the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And in all actuality, most of the ordinances have already taken care of that. I know I provided you all a great deal of information. But I wanted you to see where it went from one ordinance to another ordinance and how these items did become incorporated into the responsibilities of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and also on especially on the Parkland Dedication Committee. The Land Development Code really takes care of the responsibilities that were listed there, and that is the same also of the tree board. And I did go back and review what was required via Tree City USA, and Lisa and I had discussions about that. So our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, even as it sits now, along with our Urban Forester Program, still meets the criteria. So we're not eliminating anything that would be required to maintain this. With both of these, with both the tree board and the Parkland Dedication Committee, because they were created by ordinance, they would have to be decommissioned by ordinance. So it would take 2 reads, but we can put them in the same ordinance.
So I have my thought on those. In the Parkland dedication ordinance that established that, and you put it in a package, I read that. And so item D, in dedication of land, it has standards, amount, location, and documents accompanying final plat. There's some good stuff in there. For instance, parkland shall be clearly visible from public rights of way and shall be located as to give maximum possible exposure throughout the neighborhood. Access to the park shall be available from public rights of way. I mean, these are all great and proper criteria.
Sure.
What I don't know, and I gave you a heads up on this, and I don't really expect the answer right now, but you made the statement that these things are already in our, I want to be sure, as we do away with these, that we don't lose those standards, that they are in
Sure.
fact incorporated somewhere, because they're good standards. We don't need to let the
Easily
standards
found,
go.
they're not, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
And then on the other one, the tree board is interesting. I think we probably do have this stuff. It has types of trees and all that sort of stuff that I know is in there. Then it has duties and responsibilities. It talks about trimming on public rights of way. So we had that, it was in here. So that probably is the easier one. I think it probably is taken care of in our.
We need to make sure
Yeah,
this
this
is
other
something.
one, the land, parkland dedication, is some good stuff, let's don't lose it.
I would anticipate, would you like me to work with community development, kind of review these standards?
Yep.
And bring it back to you as a work session item prior to it going to ordinance?
Yeah, well, as you guys work together to figure out that it's in there, I want to personally just see it be shown where it is.
Certainly.
And so there's no doubt about it, and I don't know that, unless somebody else wants it, that we need another work session. If it in fact is all taken care of and in there, then we can
Right.
just handle that as we go through the ordinance work.
Very
If
good.
not, it may dictate another conversation, but it's kind of up to what you find.
Okay. We'll work on that, and I'll also say, I feel like there'll be a recommendation, well, I am making a
Yeah.
recommendation. As we go forward with this and following the appointments to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, I think we need to review their ordinance and bylaws as well. Because if there's anything small perhaps that's not
Yeah.
covered here that you want to roll into the responsibility,
Yeah.
we'll be able to
That's a
do
good
that.
idea.
I agree
Yes.
with that.
Okay.
But it is better to have these things in the LDC where they should be right now than to have them in these varying ordinances with mixed jurisdictional issues, so.
Yes, and the ordinances are not updated. As the Mayor pointed out, we have a tree species list in there that has.
Well, that's why the LDC is the.
Right.
Oh, yeah, historical is interesting what happened. In the old days, we had ordinances for everything. And you could keep track of them because of reversion, you knew you
Sure.
could relate them. Once we went to that land development code, everything kind of got pulled apart. It's hard to find this stuff. It
Sure
really
is.
is. I mean, there's pros and cons of doing that, and it makes it a lot more complicated from an individual, simple-minded person.
Sure does.
Well, but back in the day, you would
Yeah.
amend the ordinance,
Yes.
which got really difficult.
Yeah.
And then there was that, well, let's just rescind it, readopt it.
Right.
And you're adopting a 50-page ordinance, and so.
Right.
The land development code is, and the codification process was to synthesize it. But you're right, with all the regulations and the crossover appeal,
Yeah.
there's a lot to it now.
Yeah.
Oh, it should be too.
Yeah.
The LDC, I think, by virtue also gives us not a committee, it actually gives staff.
Right, enforcement
The
rights.
enforcement
Yeah.
and, as opposed to
Yeah.
volunteers serving on
sure.
Right.
committees.
There's pros, there's good things, just different.
Yeah.
Are there any other
I have a couple
questions?
points. If someone moves out of the city, are they automatically forfeiting their role? Because I know in the
They
past.
should
sometimes it's
resign,
still
yes,
leave their
because
names
we
on
do
there.
say you have to be a resident of the city.
But if they don't resign, they're still listed on there.
We should take
Well, they
them
should
off.
be taken off.
Should be taken. off.
Right.
Right.
A lot of times the staff wouldn't know.
Right, if
Right.
they don't know, and so, I guess I just know that a lot of people want to be involved and want to be part of these committees, and some of the committees that meet regularly, is there anything in place saying, like, if you're basically never show up, you're
You're outta
forfeiting
here.
your role?
Yeah,
If
that's-
you don't show up a
Yes.
certain percentage, or?
So each of them also have bylaws, and we
Just
all,
like us.
all of the bylaws, we have made them pretty standard, and it's a 75% attendance.
If they don't attend 75%.
I know where you're going with this, and I agree, we need to do a
Okay.
better do
Well,
a
I
better
mean, and when
watch on
people
it.
move away, unless they notify, I mean, you can't keep track of everyone. I mean, I guess if they're not showing up, then eventually it would forfeit.
Agreed, sure.
And I just want, for the
Is
people
there-
that want to be on and aren't picked, and then people
Yeah.
don't show up, it's,
I agree.
just seems like
Well,
it's.
Not
you know,
right.
one thing we could do, each of our committees, especially our standing committees, have a staff member assigned to them.
Okay.
And, you know, maybe one of the duties of staff member would be to maintain that spreadsheet of attendance.
Attendance,
And alert if they see something that's getting out of whack.
You can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. You could even throw it in the Friday report quarterly or whatever.
I think that'd be great,
Semi-annually.
just for a.
Quarterly, I would think, could be good.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good job,
Thanks,
Christine.
Christine.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to 4, discussion of agenda items. I don't have anything to talk about on the agenda tonight, does anyone else?
And just a question.
Yes.
On the issue of the Stars and Guitars, there was a question about whether or not you want to bring the issue back to a work session or to a council agenda for either the confirmation or selection of artist and/or approval of the contract. We have not received the contract yet. I've been told today we should get it this week, and so it could do either way. It could bring it back. The original intent was to move forward with the contract and execute it and proceed.
I'm just concerned about timing.
Yeah, I think we need to go.
I feel that we need to move forward with it. I mean, next year we might look at redoing the way we do it, but if something happens and we don't get Joe Nichols, it's gonna be a tough thing.
Finding other.
Well, we had things fall through last year, so I think there's plenty of artists that are
Say
willing.
again?
There are plenty of artists that are willing and available. I just didn't feel like we were part of the final discussion on the selection
That's what-
process, but I mean,
We need
if,
probably
I
work
mean,
on for
if
next
everybody
time,
wants
sure.
Joe Nichols,
Right,
I'm
we'll
fine. I
look
just
at it
was
next
kind of,
year.
I agree.
you know.
Right, I don't.
I felt like it was a staff level decision that we were being consulted on and that we provided
Our info-
strategic consultation services that we're paid so highly for. And so, I mean, I kind of felt like we played our role and, so I felt like I didn't have a concern personally.
Okay.
I would like to be, I'm kind of like, I'm good with Joe Nichols if Joe Nichols is signed this time. I would like to see us a little more involved in like helping. I know we were talking about staff picking and stuff, and that's cool. And I guess what happened was I got confused as well, is that we
Yeah.
brought forward stuff, and then, of course, we got 7 different people with 7 different ideas.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
maybe next year we throw 2 people at you from each person, that goes down to 14, then we have another work session right after that, and we eliminate.
Well,
it's just-
you know,
we-
what we can do is get more specific about the
Yeah.
discussion process.
And what,
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
Maybe a timeframe from staff would be helpful for us, because if we can't meet that timeframe, they gotta
Absolutely,
move
then
forward,
they take
so.
over and say, oh, you had your chance and we're within
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah.
3
We did
people
the
answered.
300
that's, you
days
know.
and you're out, we're in.
Well,
We
I
did the
just
same
thought that
thing
they were gonna come back with people, artists that were available, and we were just gonna narrow it down, kind of like what we did
Maybe a
last year.
miscommunication.
We
So
did the
that's
same
where
thing
I
with
was
the
like,
Philharmonic
let's talk
Orchestra.
about it.
Would you have wanted us to bring that to you as well? We didn't bring that
On what?
forward as
The
a Philharmonic Orchestra. That was a similar.
No, I just think on this specific thing, you know, it was said in a meeting that,
Huge event.
that it was gonna get back to us, and I thought
Philharmonic
we were.
Orchestra is the same price as Joe Nichols.
What?
Oh,
No, I'm teasing.
no, I mean, it's not about the price, it's just about the discussion, and,
Yeah.
But I think that leaves them kind of lost as to, okay, what do you want us to bring and what do you want
Okay,
us?
well, only because it was brought to us in a work session, what do y'all think? And then they said would bring it back,
So-
and then we never got
And there's-
communication there.
So next year, maybe we could do, let's just pick an event, Stars and Guitars, and then we would just like, you know, you wanna go get Philharmonic Orchestra, or whatever, 10 times, and you think we can afford it, whatever, that's fine with me, but maybe because it is such a big event for the city of Colleyville.
Yeah, I think it's pretty specific to Stars and Guitars, but as I think through and remember the process, there was a process where staff presented those different levels. Here's the list.
We got to a level.
Okay, and next question was, okay, how many, or who's available? Availability on timeframes is key. We talked about this a couple of times. It probably just wasn't it could be a little crisper and, okay, hardline, we're out of time, this is who's available, we gotta make a call now. We're gonna make a call if a call isn't made.
Absolutely.
I told Jerry.
Jerry kept saying that we gotta
Yeah,
make a call.
no, it was
I
a
heard
time,
Oh, no, it just
well,
wasn't my
two
factor.
factors came into play to me. It was, time became very critical. He made a call that, hey, we can't handle over X number of people,
I agree.
and that became our criteria. And so,
But how do we know if we have a fantastic artist, how do we know exactly, by comparing it to a city that's much bigger than ours, how do we know what to expect? I don't think,
I mean,
I think
people-wise,
John Michael Montgomery is a bigger name than some of the other people that
Yeah.
we're concerned about.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to say. I think it's sometimes, let's see how it goes kind of thing, but, it's not like it's George Strait. come in, that would be a problem, know?
Exactly, yeah.
A free concert for George Strait. No, I'm kidding. But I'm saying, it's not like it's,
He's fine, right?
I think that we're not gonna have a dangerous situation or too many people,
Oh, yeah.
that's a whole different level. But I think how we did it last year, where it was just, I just, would prefer it have been more clear and,
Okay. All right, well, I think we can deal with that
later.
next year.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure everybody was fine with that because I was confused.
So we're good? We're gonna pursue the contract. You better get one.
Call the Bellamy Brothers.
Start looking
got
for
it.
a
It better
back.
be good.
Start looking for a backup.
He's gonna like me if I get the Bellamy Brothers down here, so you better get that. If you don't, I'm on the phone.
Bellamy's coming through. They're here in September.
No, I'll be public. I actually apologize to Jerry because I was really ruthlessly kidding Jerry in amongst all of you guys about Oak Ridge Boys and Bellevue Brothers. I told him my own little survey on who is Joe Nichols. And so I didn't,
Everybody did.
and I was
I knew
kidding,
who he was.
but I hope that didn't impact you guys thinking that, well, I was really pushing back.
Well, that's a good thing. When you have success, everybody wants to be involved. And of course, everybody's involvement is intended to help.
Yeah.
But what it does is it complicates the process.
Sure. Yeah.
And clouds
Yeah,
the
right, yeah.
decision-making.
Yeah,
And so, again, but that's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
Too much
Exactly.
success is a challenge as well.
It is.
Okay.
Because there's always the
anything else?
potential for not success.
Well, not-
Hate
no,
to
we don't-
say that.
We don't consider that
Hate
option.
to say
That's
that.
an option, that's right.
It can happen.
Okay, I'm gonna close the work session if there's nothing else. Work session's closed. We're now moving into executive session in accordance with the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, Section 551.071 legal, Section 551.072 real estate, and Section 551.087 economic development. We're now in executive session.
That's some cool stuff to this.
Check 1, 2. Hello, test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, test, test, test.
Linimutes or something.
We all ready? Oh, wow, it's on loud.
You were all right.
Okay, I'm going to open the meeting. I'll say the regular city council meeting of the city of Colleyville is now in order for February the 18th, 2020 at 7:32 PM. Let me call the roll. Councilmember Nakamura.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindemood.
Here.
Councilmember Wheat.
Here.
The mayor is here. Councilmember Dodson.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Rigney.
Here.
Well, Pastor, I told you we'd do the pledge first, but we're going to do the invocation first. If you'll come forward, Pastor Sterling Wilburn from Journey Church, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone will stand.
Will you bow your head with me as I pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the blessings that you've given this city and for these leaders that have been called to lead the community that we live in and love. Thank you for the many giftings and talents that they have, the many differences in opinion that they bring to the table, and the ability to work together in the midst of those differences. I pray that as your word says in Philippians 2:4, that these men and women can look not only to their own interests, but to the interests of others. And let them serve in the heart of Matthew 25, as it says that whatever we've done for those that are overlooked or ignored, or the least among us, that we have done for you. Help them be unified, united, effective, and efficient tonight, using wisdom and courage to do what is necessary and right, and let them speak out when the time is right and listen patiently when it is time to listen. Holy Spirit, I pray that you guide them as they work through the many, many needs of the community on their agenda, and allow them to handle each situation with justice and love to benefit our beloved city of Colleyville. We pray all this in the holy name of Jesus. Amen.
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 So, Pastor, thank you so much for coming and doing that for us. I really appreciate it.
He's a little upset because he didn't get to go with Pastor Jeff out to Israel right now, right? I know it. I see you.
I want to welcome everyone to the meeting. Thank you so much for coming. As I always say, we have items on the agenda tonight where we'll have public hearings. You're welcome to speak on any of those, and I encourage you to come forward. We do have agendas in the back so you can see what the agenda is and where we're at in the agenda. There's also cards back there that you can fill out and let us know that you would like to speak on an item. But I will not close a public hearing without asking, has everyone spoken that wants to speak? Because I don't want to miss anyone. So again, thank you. We just came out of executive session, as we always do, just before this meeting. And we're moving to agenda item 2, which is on the agenda for the purpose of taking formal action as a result of anything we may have discussed in an executive session that we needed to take action on, since we cannot act in the executive session. And tonight we have nothing we need to act on. Therefore, we will move immediately to agenda item 3. Agenda item 3 is announcements, proclamations, and presentations. So we always have a number of announcements every meeting, and of course we do tonight. Very first one is to wish Adrienne Lothery happy birthday. Today is her birthday. Yay. So,
Happy birthday.
and she only asked for one thing. She would like to be out of here by 9 o'clock. So I think we're going to do that for you. Hopefully.
Roll.
If all these people don't talk too much.
Yeah, you got to put some
Can
tape
she have a
up.
birthday regularly, every 2 weeks? Yeah.
Well, and it's Kathy Wheat's birthday last week. So happy birthday to you. What do you want?
To go to
9
10 o'clock.
sounds great. How about in 2 weeks?
2 weeks. Okay, very good. Anyway, we have a lot of fun here. So I wanted to say a couple of things. One, I have done, our State of the City was last week and the week before. Have done it 3 times. It's to kind of tell the story of Colleyville for 2019, and I tell everybody it's a great story. We're really fortunate and blessed in Colleyville. I did it at the Chamber Luncheon, then I did it at an open house in the Colleyville Center that evening last week, Thursday morning, and I did it at the CEO organization. So I have none others planned, but I love to tell that story. If anybody wants me to come do it, I'll be happy to do it. It was videotaped when we did it at the Chamber Luncheon, so it is on the website now.
Yes.
So if you want to look at it, it's on the website. And it'll be on Facebook too, I think, at some point.
It's on Facebook.
It's on now.
as well.
Okay, so there's 2 ways to get to it. I did also want to comment that early voting is going on for the March 3rd primary. You can vote here at the City Hall on the second floor in the training room, as we always have that set up. That's through February the 28th. On Election Day, which is March 3rd, only March 3rd, you can vote, of course, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at 3 locations in town. Colleyville Library at the second floor, Covenant Church, 3508 Glade Road, or Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, 500 West McDonald School Road. So there's 3 locations. You can vote at any of them. Don't have to vote any longer in particular precincts. And I was told, this is interesting, I asked a lot of questions about how this comes about, and I was told that the chairs of the party through the Tarrant County Elections Administration is who determines where those voting locations are, which was a surprise to me. Anyway, that's it. So, Bobby, I know you have something.
Yes, I do. Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra concert is 2/21, which is this Friday. So mark your calendar, come. Here's the tickets. And guess what? I'm not going to charge anything. It's going to be free. How about that?
Nothing's free.
Kathy said she was charging.
I have a more expensive option. it's
She was
true.
outside scalping, and I told her you can't do that. So, look, you know,
Yeah, and here's the.
you already make a big
program.
paycheck. You get a big zero. So, the concert will be approximately 1 hour and 40 minutes, including a 20-minute intermission. The main pieces will be the violin concerto, and I'm going to butcher the name. Concerto, yeah, that one.
Concerto.
And then, guess what? You should have let Chuck do this one, because his kid's in band and stuff like that.
Yeah, I-
Messed up, yeah.
But there's also going to be this Michael Schiss.
She.
S-H-I-H, yes, as a soloist. So I bet it's really good with a name like that. I bet you're really, really.
He's the principal violinist for the.
And see, George could have done this one.
And has been for a long time.
All right. And Beethoven Symphony Number 5. Free tickets are for Colleyville residents, and they're available at City Hall and the library. Again, they're free. Please come get them. We got just a few left. Come grab them. Hurry. Hustle. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to report on the sales tax, and this is pretty good news. The Texas Comptroller's Office has posted the most recent sales tax allocation for February, which represents all the receipts made from purchases in December of this year, well, of 2019. This period tends to be our largest collection month, given that it reflects purchases made before Christmas. This month, the revenues came in at 16% over the prior year, putting out our year-to-date increase at 10.6, our fiscal year. So that's from October 1st through December. In terms of dollars, we've received over $160,000 more than the same period last year.
So business is good.
Business was good in December.
Yeah.
We'll find out about January.
Yeah.
Please join our Colleyville Police Department for Coffee with Cops next Thursday, the 20th. This come and go event will be from 8:30.
This Thursday.
Well, it said next Thursday on here.
This
This Thursday. This come and go event will
sorry.
be from 8:30 to 10 at Starbucks, 5510 Colleyville Boulevard.
Sorry about that.
Come see the chief.
There you go.
Oh,
Yes, and I have an exciting one. Demolition is now complete of the former Londoner, and Chick-fil-A project is now underway. Hooray! Yay!
Good.
No celebration on that one.
City Park improvement.
Oh, I do, I have another one.
Bobby didn't stand up
I'm
and
sorry.
cheer. He was supposed to stand up.
I'm
and
sorry, I didn't
cheer.
realize I had another one. Here we go.
because I didn't get to do the demolition.
Several improvements are underway at City Park. A shade structure and tables will be installed soon in the quad area to offer a shady area to relax between baseball games. And work is anticipated to begin next week to relocate the sand volleyball court a bit further south, which will help prevent the sand blowing onto the tennis courts in the future.
Okay. Farmers Market, we're back in business with Farmers Market. It returns, does somebody say something? No. It returns back here at the plaza, the new plaza out front. We're going to have them once a month, the third Thursday of each month, from 3 to 7, with The first one of the year to be held on Thursday, February 20th. We have a busy day then. And in April, the market will move and be held each week. So right now, it's monthly. April it goes to weekly.
You mean when we have more 80-degree days?
That'd be nice.
Oh, yeah.
Like yesterday. Okay, so I wanted to talk about the library. Everybody knows in February it's Valentine's Day, and it's also Love Your Library Month. So this year, people, or the library staff, we put out hearts, and starting, I think, last week, all the patrons that came in got to fill out a heart, talk about why they love our library. And it's been such a hit that they've expanded to the walls behind the help desk and several different windows in the library. So we've decided to keep the hearts around all month. So please stop by and fill out a nice little heart and let us know what you love about the library. And as a bonus, everyone who fills out a heart is entered into a drawing at the end of the month for a gift certificate to one of our local eateries. So we have a couple here. Everybody on council is going to read one, and I am lucky enough to read one from a sweet little girl named Emily who's in class with my son Spencer. So thank you, Emily. And she says, "What I love is that all of the STEM teachers are super nice."
Oh, mine says, I got, you know, you got that small
You
heart.
got a big one, I know. But lots
Yeah.
of love in this little heart.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Says, I love that Papa comes with me. We get books and DVDs. Pretty special at the library. I love our library.
Well, not only did I get a big heart, but I got a big red heart.
Wow.
Okay, so there, Bobby.
TCU. Oh.
So mine says, "Dear Library," Librey. So cute. I like that you bring families together. Love, Sophia.
That's good. I got a little pink heart. It says, "I like the library because it is super duper fun."
There you go.
Matches your eyes.
Dear Library, I like, and it's a different spelling for library, but that's okay. It's library, there you go, got that.
That's cute.
I like when you guys read to the kids. I like that you make reading fun, lots of love. Very nice.
And mine says, I like this library because it has all of the genres. Also, they have a summer program where its theme is different every year. Also, the people here are very nice and helpful.
Wow.
Aw,
Hey,
sweet.
that's great.
And mine says, I love the library because it is close to my house. I absolutely love to read. And the following, there are fun classes. There's a carnival at the end of the summer reading program. The librarians are so sweet, and it's awesome, in all caps. It's pretty cute.
Yeah, we do have a great library and a great library staff. We're very fortunate.
Absolutely.
Have one more announcement, then we're going to get on to featured business of the month. This week is National Engineers Week. February the 16th through the 22nd is National Engineers Week, and I wanted to acknowledge this celebration on behalf of all of our engineering staff. Engineers are the builders and problem solvers in our society, and I think I want to recognize their expertise and integrity and commitment to safety for all the citizens. They have a very I am one, have a very strong commitment to safety. Number one goal in an engineer's life is safety, and the licensed engineers are bound by that by law, actually. So our staff does a great job. I don't see Ray. He's back there. Tell him Happy Engineers Week.
He's doing some engineering work back there.
Oh, yeah, George pointed out,
George.
yes, election news. Yeah, big news. So Kathy and George's terms were up this time, so they were up for election, and no opponents filed against them. So the city of Colleyville has no election this year. So all the staff love that because that's a lot of work. And of course, they love that too, so.
It's also a lot of work.
It's a lot of work for us, too.
So congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very good. Thank you for reminding me that. I forgot.
Okay.
Okay, now for one more thing that's a lot of fun, I am proud to recognize Townhouse Brunch as the February featured business of the month. And so if Rima Sardini will come forward, I'll meet you.
Oh, there she is.
And Adrian. It is on. I'm sorry. Hi. Thanks for coming down. I got to tell everybody, I love Townhouse Brunch. I'm there quite often. It's a beautiful place. You've done a great job putting it together. Have great food. I love your food, as does everyone else I've talked to. So we really appreciate you being here and coming to Colleyville. Hope you're here a long, long time. So this is a little plaque that we'd like to recognize this with. But and Adrian, you want to say something before you give it to her?
Absolutely. So my family has certainly eaten at Townhouse Brunch both for brunch and for lunch, and loved it both times. Have heard nothing but rave reviews, and we just appreciate your investment here in Colleyville, and wanted to give you an opportunity to share with the audience and the folks watching at home a little bit about where you're located and the types of food you offer, and what your hours of operation are, so they can come check you out.
We're located next to the Market Street Strip. We serve breakfast and brunch. We're open at 7 to 2:30. We do any type of pancakes, Benedicts. We've also got mimosas. It's great for families. If you haven't tried it out, definitely check us out. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Definitely try them. They're great. I love it. We got to get a picture. Okay, now we can move to agenda item number 4, which is the consent resolution. This is reading and public hearing of Resolution R-20-4472, a resolution approving city council action under consent items at the regular city council meeting of February the 18th, 2020. Whereas city council has taken action on certain items on the agenda under consent items, now therefore be it resolved by the city council of the city of Colleyville, Texas, Section 1, that the agenda decisions approved by city council action under consent items as follows are hereby adopted. A, approval of the minutes of the regular city council meeting of February the 4th, 2020. B, approval of a discretionary service agreement with Encore Electric Delivery, LLC, for the installation of underground facilities at the installation of Glade Road and Riverwalk Drive in an amount not to exceed $97,622, and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. C, approval of a discretionary service agreement with Tri-County Electric Cooperative, Inc. for the installation of underground facilities at the intersection of John McCain Road and Westcote Drive in an amount not to exceed $89,920.94, and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. And it is so resolved. Right?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Ray Silvarez, Director of Public Works. I'll go ahead and tackle both B and C since they're semi-related with the exception of Encore and Tri-County. So typically when we have road projects and we're winding the road, the franchise utilities have an obligation to move their facilities out of the way, but they only are required to move them as they were. So we looked at the roundabouts for Glade and Riverwalk and John McCain and Westcote. And with the roundabouts going in there, it would be nice to have that underground, that overhead electric go underneath to keep the aesthetics of those two roundabouts going forward. And so here before you are the costs to do that, because they will not do it at their own cost. The city would have to fork that money over. So with the exception of one being Tri-County, one being Encore, they're both for the same method of construction to go on the ground, and staff recommends approval.
Very good.
Ray, I have a question. I know in the agreement that's signed, it says that these are in excess of what it would cost them or to move. What's the distance of what distance are they putting the utilities underground? Because that's a lot of money.
It is, and those are very expensive. That's one of the reasons why they just move it as it is. And so it's going on the ground, just a block, basically, intersection block. So it's probably a span of 100 feet or so.
Wow.
And it's an expensive equipment to move underground.
$100,000 for 100 feet.
Yes, that's why most of them stay above ground, because it's very expensive to take them all on the ground.
It's about $1,000 a foot,
Yep.
usually.
And that's one of the reasons why a lot of questions come up from time to time about burying the utility lines under 20,
Oh, I know.
along 26. And when you realize the enormity of the cost, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But we believe this will bring a lot of value to the citizens as they come across these two roundabouts, so we're recommending this.
Yeah, my other question though is, it seems like the utilities on Glade are more prominent. Out at Westcote, the utilities are set back some. So if you move to the other, there.
It's actually, I mean, they're pretty tight on where the street's gonna be expanding at that intersection.
Correct.
Okay.
So it would have to be moved anyway?
It would
above or
have to be
below
moved.
ground?
and
Well, it'd have to be moved,
It
and
will
they
have to
would
be
move it.
Right.
And like I was saying earlier, to keep the intersection looking as aesthetically as pleasing as we're trying to make it, it would make sense to go ahead and spend the extra money here to get it on the ground.
So they're not gonna bury the ones that are on Westcote?
No, it's just the one
okay.
crossing the intersection.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my point is,
Yes.
Okay.
And once they go underground, it's not high voltage aluminum either. They have to turn into copper because of how much heat they generate.
oh, yeah,
So that's why the price also is so significant.
okay. Oh, and I also wondered about
Just leave it.
Spectrum. The Spectrum's not involved?
Spectrum will have to go on the ground as well now too. They do, that's one of since they do piggyback off the overhead electrics, they will have to go on the ground too as well. But they're not part of our agreement because we are dealing with Encore or Tri-County. And it's between Tri-County and Encore to deal with Spectrum on how they charge them to go, whether they stay on their equipment or if they find another way around it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was my other question. It seemed like we were only looking at part of the situation.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Any other questions for Russ?
I know this is getting a little technical, but will they have a junction box in the ground that's fairly, to where they're going in to repair in case something ever happens, or is it just straight down pipe off a pole? and run
It's
it?
straight down pipe off a pole for now. I would have to look into more details to
I was
the
just
design.
curious.
Yeah,
No problem.
I'll find that
No
out.
worries.
Okay.
Also, is there disruption in service when they're?
There should be no disruption in service as they're doing this. They have a lot of redundancy in their areas, and they'll be able to figure out how to make that power cut. But if there should be disruption, we will notify the public.
Are you asking about
Okay.
false
Okay.
backs?
I appreciate
Well, I was gonna say that, but I didn't.
More discussion. In the interest of getting Adrian her birthday present, I move to approve Resolution R-20-4472.
I'll second.
Mayor, would you please open the
Oh,
public hearing?
yes, okay, I was rushing too
We're so
much.
excited.
Public hearing is, I'm trying, Adrian.
Sorry, Adrian. I tried to.
Anyone wish to speak on this resolution? My mistake. I see no one indicating they want to speak, so I'm going to close public hearing. Public hearing's closed, my motion still stands.
I'll second.
I have a motion to approve by Mayor Newton, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Lindenboog. Would you open the vote, please? Very short when it's ready. Okay, I can't see all of it, but I know it's approved. Okay, approved. Motion's approved, therefore the resolution is approved. Thank you. Move to agenda item number 5. This is not for action, but it's our monthly financial report. Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Kyle Lester, Finance Director. Tonight we have the monthly financial report for January of 2020. And time flies. We are through the first quarter, into the second quarter. This is always the first month that we see a particularly large surplus for our general fund. As we talked about this in previous months, this is because the majority of our property taxes have come in. And so we're, if you see right there, we're almost at the top of our roller coaster before we start coming down off that surplus. The remainder of our property tax dollars will be coming in February, and that should be the height of the surplus we see before we live off of that through the end of the year. I'll go ahead and highlight our property taxes. As with last year, we've collected about 84% through January. That's $12.6 million, and $2.4 million, most of that will be collected through February. We already mentioned this a little bit earlier tonight, but sales tax came in very high, which was a little unexpected from our December collections. Now, we actually haven't been written the check for this, but we do have the data from the comptroller, which is why we're able to provide this analysis. So through this fiscal year, our total collections are up about 11% over FY19. The chart on the left shows that we've actually reached a record high. It's a little scrunched there, but you can sort of make that comparison. Collections through the first quarter of FY20 are higher than any year previous. And if you'll direct your attention to the chart on the right, you can see that that's not an uncommon thing right now. A lot of our neighboring cities are seeing very similar increases. Cities all over Texas are, as well as cities localized to the Dallas-Fort Worth region. The utility fund similarly continues to do much better than last year from a fiscal standpoint. We're currently running a surplus of $1.66 million. And of course, water consumption is significantly up from the previous year as well. We may see that change, starts to slide off a little bit. We've had a lot of rain in February, but we still are, as of January, well ahead of last year, and in terms of consumption, well ahead of our 5-year average. I do want to note something on my paper report attached to your agenda. At the bottom of page 3, I make a statement saying, it should be noted that the majority of the city's variable rate is composed of a direct pass-through to our TRA for water costs. What that should say, what it should read, is the rate that our customers are charged per 1,000 gallons of water is primarily that TRA pass-through cost. Unintentionally, I implied that our rates either change from month to month or change based on how much water you use, which would be a tiered rate structure, and that is not what we have. None of our Colleyville rates change based on time frame or based on how much water you use. So I'll make sure that I clarify that in future reports for anyone who may be paying attention.
Kyle, I have one other,
Yes, sir.
one just quick question here, or comment. I hope our citizens realize that when we're having this much rain, that they might not want to use as much water as they're using. It seems unusual to me that we've had as much water, much rain as we have, and the usage is increasing, but who knows?
Compared to the previous year, we haven't seen nearly as much rain as we saw last year. But that's still a true comment. I think people with irrigation systems frequently forget to modify them.
Okay.
And the final fund we'll go into tonight is our drainage fund. This is probably our most predictable, most stable fund. As with the previous year, we're seeing a decent surplus here. Right now it's about $92,000 in FY19. It was a little bit higher, but certainly we're following along our trajectory. We'll see a little bit of a dip next month and then steadily increasing through almost the end of the fiscal year. Mr. Mayor and Council, that's all I have for you tonight.
Very good. Go back to the second chart. I think it was the second chart. That one.
Property.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So that is the property tax comparing the 2 years. And the only thing, every chance I get, I point this out.
Yes, sir.
We've passed a no new revenue tax rate for the last 2 years, which means a homeowner's property tax bill from Colleyville should be very close to what it was last year. The only reason these two numbers are different is because any new property in our asset base gives us additional revenue. And so that's the only thing driving that number up in reality, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, so we're just blessed in Colleyville. I like for people to see that state of the city, because right up front I talk about financial dimensions in the city, and I make the statement in there, I can say things and this council can say things I don't think any other city can say, and I rattle off about 6 or 7 things all financially related that are very positive for the city, and so
Yes, sir.
we're very blessed, and that's one of them.
Yes, sir. And we're about to enter the budget cycle, so we're going to be revisiting this as well, and the no new revenue rates always going to be our target.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Kyle?
That's good.
Exciting.
Really? No, thank you.
Thank you, good job. And we want to do this, we do this every month because we want the citizens to hear where we're standing and have an opportunity to look at it and be aware of it. Usually this happened in a different place and we moved it out here.
Oh, it's great, it's a great idea.
Yeah, so let's move to agenda item 6A. And 6A is second reading and public hearing of ordinance O-20-2110, consideration of amendments to Chapter 3, Section 3.24B, Schedule of Permitted Principal Uses, and Section 3.27, Accessory Buildings and Residential Carport Regulations of the Land Development Code. So this is the second reading, so we will be acting on this tonight. Ben?
Thank you. Ben Briner, Director of Community Development. This is a proposal for amendments to Chapter 3, Section 3.24.B, as well as 3.27, primarily for accessory buildings and accessory dwellings. So the proposed amendments, there's 4 in particular. The first is a prohibition of accessory buildings forward of the front facade of the primary dwelling. There is an exception or exemption for 80,000 square foot in size lots and larger. Second is clarification on the height allowance for accessory buildings and how to measure. Third is clarification on what qualifies as an accessory dwelling. So it would both be the structure itself as well as the use of a structure and the need for a special use permit. And finally, the removal of the SUP option for accessory dwellings in the R20 zoning district. So this first one is a new regulation. So it would be added to the section 3.27. So the language would be, no accessory building shall be allowed, erected, or located forward of the front facade of the primary dwelling. So we do have a couple situations where they're a little bit closer to the street or even a lot closer to the street than the primary structure. This would prevent that from happening without other special approval by the city council. We did provide an 80,000 square foot lot exemption. Those are almost 2 acres in size and larger. And so sometimes you do have the house set back a significant distance from the front property line, and there may be situations where you have maybe a storage shed or some other accessory building in the front, which really does not impact the neighbors or even the visual look from the street. This is basically the same exemption for the number of accessory buildings, and so it's kind of a carryover. There was a little bit of conversation about this, and we can continue to have that if we need to.
Yeah,
That was the intent.
I still am concerned about that. I would like to see, if they're going to have a building in the front, I would like for that to be at least reviewed by the council. That's my opinion. I know other people don't agree with that. But
So
it's
if
okay.
we strike that exemption, the section 3.27 does automatically allow for special use permit request to come before the council to ask for modifications to these regulations.
Okay.
So there would not be any new language needed. It's
Yeah,
already
we would
written
just
into
strike
this.
that, yeah.
Right,
It wouldn't affect anything else.
right.
So my preference, I know we disagree on this, but my preference is to leave it. I feel like these really large property owners, there are some rights that come with that, and I'd like to preserve those, so.
So right now, if you have 80,000 square foot or more, you don't need to, council doesn't need to look at it for approval. Is that correct?
Correct.
As written.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's true today.
Right.
Well, we don't have this regulation does not exist.
Right.
And so it
Yeah.
can be forward of.
That's what I mean. This isn't a change from today. For instance, on Pleasant Run, there's large tracts there. There's 2 houses I can think of right now. House is way back. They have they have kind of horse stalls, but they're nice. They don't distract from anything. They fit well on the property up front, in front of closer to the road, Pleasant Run than the homes.
Yeah.
I'm with Kathy. I don't have a problem with those examples.
Today, even if you had a 40,000 square foot property, maybe a detached garage could be
Yeah.
forward of the house.
Yeah.
So this new language would definitely prevent that type of situation.
Yeah, but we're talking about 80,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments?
All right, so the next one is revising the language for measuring the height of accessory buildings. Right now, it's limited to the height of the primary building. That would change to just the zoning district. Now, we do have setback requirements based on the height, and so that would not change. And then a clarification that it is measured from the grade of the accessory
Property.
building itself, yeah. The third is specific to the use of the accessory building, specifically for dwelling purposes. And so this would clarify that it's not just the building itself, whether it meets the definitional requirements of what a dwelling contains, but also the act of dwelling, any accessory building, and then the need for a special use permit in those cases. And then also reiteration that no accessory building or accessory dwelling shall be rented. That's outlined in the definition for an accessory dwelling, but this carries it over so that it's clear and we have it in both locations. The language in the green was the recommendation by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and at our last meeting, we talked about how it was not necessary. I left it in there because it was the recommendation by the Planning and Zoning Commission, but it was not included in the ordinance. And then finally, the last change is removing the option for special use permit for an accessory dwelling with the R20 zoning district. Staff does recommend approval of the changes, as does the Planning and Zoning Commission with that one recommendation.
Yeah, so we did have some discussion last time about that item you just talked about, P and Z. We talked about the pros and cons, and, you know, I understand why the P and Z did it, but by the time we got through talking, there were clearly some cons that were of concern. And so anybody can correct me, but what I remember was with Ben that we said, hey, don't include that.
Let's don't encourage.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that was.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think it should be removed.
Yeah, and so the big hitters in these changes are to kind of reset the fact that we used to having a kitchen or not was what we determined a dwelling. That's kind of by the wayside now. It's actually use. But maybe if you have a kitchen or not is the use, and taking it out of R20. No possibility of doing it in R20.
And also the adding of not renting, that's a major deal.
Yeah, re-emphasizing that.
Yep.
Right, because you can't rent today, but we're, man, this thing is really ringing.
You're really loud today.
Yeah. Anyway, correct. Cannot rent.
Yep.
Anywhere, anytime, yeah.
Right.
Anywhere, anytime.
Okay. Any other thing for comments?
No, I
questions?
agree.
Okay.
with what we-
Now I'm going to open a public hearing. Public hearing is open. I don't have it. Come on up, Kathy.
Kathy Hadley, 204 Timberline Drive North, to represent myself, and some of the first things he was showing when it talked about the accessory buildings in R20. The area where I grew up is R20, and they aren't little R20 lots, they are like acreages. And so it's, R20 doesn't really mean R20, because they're like acres, not just small little lots. And then where I live, you know, everybody's on virtually an acre, but yet we're still called R20. So that is something that does need to be discussed. And I don't know, I think the zoning needs to be something that y'all think about the areas where the R20 is. Does that make sense? That's all.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? See no one, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is closed. Okay. Kathy's talking about a situation where there's R20 zoning, but the lots are like 1 acre lots. That's an interesting situation.
My recommendation there would be for the resident to apply for a zoning change and make it
That's a good
R40.
point.
That's what, I was gonna say the
Great
same thing.
point.
Yeah.
That's a great
Totally
point.
agree.
And of course, that would be fine with
Yeah,
us, you
great
know?
point.
Yeah.
Great point.
I'd rather see a higher zoning.
Yeah, I like that.
You solve that problem
Yeah.
if you want to do that.
Yeah, I think that's a good solution, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? If not, a motion's in order.
I move adoption of ordinance O-20-2110.
I'll second.
Have a motion to approve by Councilmember Dodson, a second by Councilmember Wheat. Yes.
No.
Rigney.
Oh, Rigney, I'm sorry.
Can I ask one clarification
Okay.
before we vote?
Yes.
We're leaving the 80,000 foot exception, and then we were removing this line.
Removing the P and
Okay,
Z.
just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah, do we need to indicate?
I don't think so, because, Ben, you said the ordinance is actually in the package that we're voting on, does not have the P and Z recommendation. So it's
Okay,
not
then
in
we're
the
fine.
word.
Thank
Yes,
you.
we're good.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on that motion? Not, will you open the vote? You may show it when it's ready. Okay, the motion's approved, therefore the ordinance is approved. Thank you. Moving to item 6B, this is second reading and public hearing of ordinance O-20-2109. Consideration of a request for a special use permit for an accessory dwelling on Lot 1, Block 1, Schiller Addition, located at 2001 Hall Johnson Road, case ZC 19-022. Ken?
Thank you. So this is a special use permit request for an accessory dwelling at 2001 Hall Johnson Road. Here's an aerial photo of the site. You can see there was an existing house with an existing accessory dwelling that was just in front of that. The house has been removed. What they're intending to do is maintain the smaller structure, which is the accessory dwelling, while they are constructing a new house in the front portion of the property. Current zoning is R30, Single Family Residential District. It is designated for residential use. So here's a different perspective. This one's looking south. And so you can see the old house as well as the accessory dwelling, which is to the front and right of that. And then the new house is going really where that green circle is. The new house is under construction right now. And then that smaller shed has been removed, so that does not exist. It is a special use permit request with the R30 district. And for accessory dwellings, with the special use approval, they are limited in size to the most restrictive of the following: 50% of the primary structure, up to the 4% allowed size for accessory buildings, or 1,200 square feet, whichever comes first. And in this case, the existing accessory dwelling is 691 square feet. If you look at the new house at 3,241, it will comply with those square footage requirements. That building itself is only 1.5% of the lot coverage. So it does comply with those minimum requirements. This is just some additional information as provided by the applicant, just identifying that it will meet all setbacks and size requirements, not only for accessory dwellings, but accessory buildings and the lot in general. And this is a site plan showing all the improvements. And so the new house would be forward of this structure, and then the existing house in the back is now removed. And so it'll be one house with this accessory dwelling on the property. And this is the floor plan of that existing structure. And then some exhibits provided by the applicant. The top left is the rendering of the new house. And then below that, you can see pictures of the existing accessory dwelling. And then on the right, just different perspectives showing previous stages of the construction of the new house. We did send notices out to surrounding property owners within 500 feet, and we did not receive any formal response back for this item. Staff does recommend approval, as does the Planning and Zoning Commission. With that, I can answer any questions.
Very good. Any questions? Ben?
So this becomes a accessory dwelling, right?
Right. Yeah, so we looked to see the history on this building, and there was nothing that we could find, so this really would just legitimize the accessory dwelling. It currently acts as an accessory dwelling.
Yeah, I understand. And of course, we just approved an ordinance that says this can't be rented.
Correct.
Right. So
That's right. This is for a family member.
Exactly.
A
I
parent.
understand.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Okay. I think that handles the situation that we're concerned about.
Yeah. So it's for a family member, even when it's property sold, it can never be rented by anybody.
That is correct.
Right.
Okay.
For use by family members or people employed by the family that lives on the
Yes,
property.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So this is a special use permit. I think in the past, we had talked about, having been so concerned about what happened to these over time as the property is sold to other people,
Yes.
that we put a restriction where if the property changes hands, that the SUP goes away. Did we talk about that at one time? Possibility of doing that?
Seems like we did on a previous one,
have.
but not specifically for this one.
Yeah.
Agreed. I think we talked about it in general,
Yeah.
but maybe not in this
Okay.
specific use case.
And the most recent example was a homeowner that wanted the dwelling unit for the purposes of constructing their new home only. And so there was a limitation placed because of that condition.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right, just wanted to throw that out.
No,
so-
yeah, that is important. I thought of that too, of potentially putting a condition like that on this, if the city wants to make sure.
Yeah.
And this is only valid if the original structure, the original home is demolished? So then that way there's not three?
It's already.
Right.
Yeah,
So
and
that-
so it's been
Okay.
demolished.
It has
Okay,
been
okay, I
demolished.
didn't know that.
It's already gone.
So,
Okay.
let me ask the question of the applicant. So I think
Hello.
go ahead and say your name and address.
Adam Schiller, owner, 2001 Hall Johnson Road.
Yeah, you're the builder.
Nancy Scott, 217 Fountain View Drive, Euless. I'm the builder.
Yeah, so I was just gonna pose that question to you, so, if the council wanted to consider such a thing, as I just described it, if you understood it, is that a problem for you?
No, no problem at all, sir.
Okay,
I would recommend not doing that because the city already says that you can't use the building to rent it out. And there are already specific items in the zoning and in the
yeah.
regulations, so I did,
yeah, but you're the builder, right? You're not the
I am.
owner.
I'm also his cousin.
Cousin, right, that's right, I knew there was a connection,
okay.
but in fact,
His mother's cousin, and his mother's the one
Yeah,
that's
I
occupying
understand.
the proper, the
but you don't
dwelling.
own the property. You don't own the property.
Sorry, no, I don't.
Okay. The reason, we've treated this like, been very careful and are becoming more careful. And so the reason is, over time, one thing everybody's struggling with in town are cities is Airbnb and those sorts of things, which is here, is coming. We say in Colleyville, you cannot do that. We know it does happen. And so we are tending to do everything possible to preclude the possibility in the future. So in this case, where it doesn't matter to you, the owner of the property, I actually would recommend to the council that we do that, which means when you're through using the property for your use, it goes away. And so if somebody else buys the property and wants to, they need to come make their own arguments as opposed to the right going with the property, which begins to get a little bit dangerous in this larger perspective. So that's really what we're thinking and why. We spend a lot of time talking about these things and are still working on how we're going to, what are all the things we need to do. But things like this, which to me, if it doesn't bother the owner, it's kind of a no-brainer. And it just puts some cautionary, preemptive things in place. So I would personally, since you answered that way, I'd recommend it in this case.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Okay.
Mayor, I do have a question about that
Yeah.
for Ben. What is the permit cost that would be associated with this?
I mean,
Just
in
so-
the future?
For the next owner, when they had to come in for the permit?
I believe for residential type SUPs, it's $250.
Okay.
It's no big.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't an onerous cost on that,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
piece.
Can I just clarify something really
Sure.
quick? So just for clarification, if I were to ever sell the property in the future, which again, this is trying to be my forever home, so way in the future.
Yeah.
Sure.
But if I do, I would have to put that in writing to notify the buyers that you will have to go in front of the city council to make this.
Yeah, I would disclose it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
It'll be in writing in what we do.
Right.
But you got to get people to look at it.
Of course, yeah, I just wanted
Yeah.
ensure that, yeah.
Right.
And of course,
That would be the right thing to do, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, we're here to answer any other questions y'all may have.
Sure. Any other questions for the applicants?
No.
I think it's very clear and straightforward what you're asking, and I don't think we have any issue with it.
No, we're happy with it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, have I had the public hearing? Haven't had the public hearing. Public hearing is open. Anyone wish to speak on this item? I see no one indicating, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is closed. Now a motion is in order.
I'll move to approve ordinance O-20-2109 with the stated modification of the SUP expiring on sale of the house.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Kelly, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Lindamood, with the addition that the SUP goes away upon sale of the property. Is that sufficient? Okay. Very good. Will you open the vote? Let me show it. The motion's approved, therefore the ordinance is approved. Thank you. Moving to agenda item 7A. Seven A is reading and public hearing of Resolution R-20-4473. A resolution accepting the annual audit for fiscal year ended September 30, 2019, whereas Section 9.06C of the Charter of the City of Colleyville, Texas requires an independent audit at the close of each fiscal year by a certified public accountant, and whereas the firm of Weaver and Tidwell LLP, certified public accountants, has completed their audit of all city accounts and presented the audit to the City Council. Now therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Colleyville, Texas, Section 1, that the annual audit for fiscal year ended September 30, 2019 is accepted, and it is so resolved. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Kyle Lester, Finance Director. Tonight, I'm pleased to present for your approval the, as you mentioned, the audit for the fiscal year ended September 30, 2019. On Tuesday, February 4th, the Audit Committee for the city met with Jennifer Ripka, the audit engagement partner with the city's audit firm, Weaver and Tidwell, to review the results of the annual audit for FY19 and the Statement on Auditing Standards 114 Audit Management Letter. The city did receive an unmodified opinion that is the most favorable audit opinion an entity can receive, and we are fortunate to have Ms. Ripka with us this evening to go over the results of that audit. And I'd like to go ahead and turn over the floor to her.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can I come up? There we go. Okay. I'm going to keep this very brief. So we can get Adrian out of here. I won't go
You don't
through
want to be the one, do you?
go through everything. You're correct. I don't want to be the one. As Kyle mentioned, my name is Jennifer Ripka, and I am the engagement partner on the external audit. And I also have Kristen Dearberry here with me as well. I'll briefly go through the audit results. As Kyle mentioned, we issued an unmodified opinion. That's the highest level of assurance that can be placed on a set of financial statements. During our audit, we also review internal controls over financial reporting, and during that review, we noted no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies, and no non-compliance. So overall, a great audit. Financial highlights at brief. The city's governmental funds reported a combined ending fund balance of approximately $43.7 million, an increase of $1.3 million. And the list of all of those governmental funds is below. You'll note that fund balance is broken down into several different categories. That includes non-spendable. Non-spendable is going to be prepaids, inventory, so things that you can't actually spend. Restricted fund balance, that's going to be outside donors restricting it, or it's restricted via legal or contractual obligations. Committed is going to be committed by this council. Assigned fund balance is either done by the city manager or Kyle. And then unassigned, which is that purple portion, that's the amount of fund balance that's open for operations and use by the city. So very healthy unassigned fund balance. In addition to those governmental funds, you'll also note that the city has proprietary funds. That includes the water and sewer, as well as the drainage utility fund. And that combined ending net position was $67.1 million. That was an increase of $1.1 million over the prior year. And that's broken down by two categories, so a little bit different from governmental funds. But the net investment in capital assets, which makes up the majority of that, that's going to be capital assets net of related debt, that's at 63.57%, and then 36.43% is unrestricted, so similar to unassigned, and that's open for operations within those proprietary funds. Budgetary highlights for the general fund, and so the general fund from an audit perspective is going to be all of the general operating plus any other funds that don't meet the requirements to be a special revenue fund, a capital projects fund. So it's not only the general operating fund in most cities. So when you're looking at a comparison from the general fund to what y'all are normally looking at from just an operating standpoint, it's typically a little bit different. But revenues had a favorable variance of $1.1 million, and that was largely due to property tax revenue that was more than you all expected, as well as investment earnings that were allocated to the general fund that were a little bit more than were expected. And then expenditures were below budget of $1.3 million. That was due to savings in every category with the exception of capital outlay, which exceeded budget by about $51,000. So with
Well,
that,
Go back a slide, please, ma'am.
yes,
So, the good news here, property tax revenue up, that's all new growth.
yes,
Investment earnings up.
Yes.
Rate investment policy, we got an award for. And expenditures down, because we got great city staff.
yes.
There's a 2.4 million.
Right.
Looks very nice on the
Part of that-
paper here.
Yeah. So, total cash, 101? 101 million?
We're close. I don't, we
were at
right we were right below it. 8. Buying the property, got us right there. But yes, we're
I'm talking from an audit. Go back a few slides.
We were at
67? Go
well,
back.
the water and sewer, that's including your assets.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so
include
this
assets. Okay.
includes all of the
That's good
assets.
Pipeline.
We're always,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
always giving.
He's talking about cash position.
Right,
Our
yeah.
cash position.
But
Okay,
you
so
all
it's
do
only
have a large
93.
cash position in that.
We got close, Mayor, we were right there. We did. Buying the property. But one of the things that's important to note is in the variance between the budget and the actual, some of that, and it's just part of your presentation, you presented as that you had an unforeseen variance. And one of the things that our team does, everyone involved, is budget conservatively, so we plan for that variance. We may not know exactly what it's gonna be, but we do so to make sure that we have that surplus, and so that we're not at the end of the year adjusting our budget to make up for a shortfall in revenue or an excess in expenditure. And so those are built into the budget as ways to protect from unforeseen circumstances that could occur.
Right, and also within the CAFR, we're required to disclose any of the areas that would exceed budget. So it's very, it's great to be conservative and not have to come back to council and amend. So.
Sure.
But with that, I'll just open it up to questions from you all. Some of you all have already seen.
Some of us are lucky enough to be in the audit committee.
Right.
So we've gotten a
Yeah, that's
preview
right.
of this, yeah,
Yeah,
which was
we've-
great. It's good stuff to see.
We've seen these several times now.
Yeah.
Right. It's like Groundhog's Day.
The one thing you might
It's always
want,
exciting to read.
Exactly, exactly.
the one thing you might want to mention was the adjustment from a couple years ago. There was a grant, I guess, and that caused an
Yeah.
adjustment in this year's audit.
Yes, so there was a prior period adjustment, and we discussed that during the course of the audit committee meeting. And what occurred was the city was granted an award for grants. That money was spent. The reimbursement for that grant was not received until this fiscal year, so it happened in 15, wasn't received until 19. And so standards required that the matching
those two be matched in the same period. And so there was a prior period adjustment to move that to revenue back to net position and then also fund balance from previous years.
Yeah.
And so there's no issue with cash or anything like that. It's just a reporting
Must have
mechanism.
been a grant from the federal government.
Right.
4 years, it took 4 years to give us the money.
Right.
It was in the mail, you know?
Yeah.
We will take grant money regardless of how late.
That's
Yeah,
right.
no man, you know.
If it's 5 years old, we'll take it. We can spend old money, right?
Yes.
Well, thank you guys on the audit committee. I know that's yeoman's work. Thank you guys for everything you do. We appreciate it.
And thank Kyle and all
Yeah,
and his
Kyle.
team for
Yeah.
everything. that they do.
Absolutely. They do.
And they
We
make
got a
it so
great
easy.
staff.
They
They
make
do
it
a
so
great
easy,
job.
exactly.
I mean, I tell you, I swear, we can say things about this city as no other mayor can say.
That's right.
Anyway, I appreciate that.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Public hearing is open. Have anyone wish to speak? Being no one wishing to speak, I'm going to close the public hearing. The motion is in order.
Could you put there we go. I'll make a motion to approve resolution R-20-4473.
Second the motion.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Weed, a second by Councilmember Dodson. Would you open the vote, please?
Too slow.
Please note, we are all audit committee members.
I know, well noted. I paid attention to that.
That's right.
That motion's approved, therefore the resolution and the audit is approved. Thank you. Okay, we're moving to agenda item 7B, reading and public hearing of resolution R-20-4474, a resolution adopting a comprehensive coordinated interagency approach to freeway incident management model. Whereas the Regional Transportation Council, comprised primarily of local elected officials at the Regional Transportation Policy Board associated with the North Central Texas Council of Governments, and the Regional Forum for Cooperative Decisions on Transportation, and whereas the RTC adopted Resolution R08-10, which supports a comprehensive coordinated interagency approach to freeway incident management, and whereas the goal of the COG Freeway Incident Management Training Program is to initiate a common coordinated response to traffic incidents that will build partnerships, enhance safety for emergency personnel, reduce secondary traffic crashes, improve the efficiency of the transportation system, and improve air quality in the Dallas-Fort Worth region. And whereas non-recurring traffic incidents are responsible for approximately 50% of all congestion and the secondary crashes caused by these incidents kill or injure hundreds annually in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and whereas multi-agency coordination and the implementation of best practices freeway incident management techniques reduce congestion on affected roadways and improve the safety of incident responders, and whereas in partnership with regional incident response agencies, COG has established definition for regional incident management performance measures, incident clearance time, roadway clearance time, secondary crash, and recovery time. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Colleyville, Texas, Section 1, that the City of Colleyville supports a comprehensive coordinated interagency approach to freeway incident management and supports the quick detection and clearance of traffic incidents using state-of-the-art traffic surveillance, traveler notification, and crash investigation equipment, and encourage all personnel involved in freeway incident management to participate in available training opportunities and exercises that promote a common comprehensive approach that maintains the safety of incident responders and travelers while minimizing clearance time. Section 2, that the City of Colleyville supports an enhanced geographic information systems-based incident location system to aid incident reporters and responders in the timely incident detection and verification of incidents, a uniform policy whereby law enforcement agency personnel may remove personal property from a roadway or right-of-way without the consent of the owner or carrier of the property if the agency determines the property blocks the roadway or endangers public safety, and supports a quick clearance policy and/or towing ordinance that mandates the arrival of appropriate equipment within a specified time limit. Section 3, that the City of Colleyville supports the use and tracking of regional incident management performance measures, the development of interagency agreements, participation in multidisciplinary post-incident reviews, and consistent coordinated operational strategies for major freeway and toll road projects in order to ensure expected mobility benefits are realized. that the City of Colleyville policies and procedures are consistent with the principles contained in herein. Section 5, that the resolution shall be in effect immediately upon its adoption, and it is so resolved. Chief.
Did you
that's a
miss page
mouthful.
4?
Huh?
Did you miss page 4?
Second line, you know.
Did Chief
I
write
didn't
that?
say section 4. I was
Okay.
just checking to see if somebody catches it.
There you go.
You did, you're paying attention.
By my count, I have 22 minutes, so.
22 minutes. So we have time for questions.
Yeah, we got a lot,
Okay.
we got a lot of time here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll make this brief. Mayor and Council, Mark Cantrell, Fire Chief. We're here to seek approval of resolution adopting a comprehensive coordinated interagency plan to freeway incident management. We adopted these policies within our policies years ago. We've been doing this for 10 or 12 years within the fire department. I've reached out to the police department, and they are adhere to all of these policies as well. And so it doesn't change how we do business. We don't do a lot of freeway incident management in Colleyville. Obviously, we don't have a lot of freeways, but we have adopted those policies within how we conduct business in the city as well. So it really revolves around safe, quick mitigation of accidents. So that's essentially all of what he just read that's what that means. And so why do we want to do this now? And there's about $1.5 million in grant funding currently available in this grant cycle. And adopting this resolution, while we are eligible to apply for the grant funding, without adopting it, it is a big portion of the points in the grant. So we essentially remove ourselves from the ability to get the grant if we don't adopt the resolution. So what we're wanting to do is get some portable radios. It is a part of what's in this grant cycle, our portable radios, and so that everyone in the department has their own radio. And so that's why we're here, in a nutshell.
It's what, 8 radios?
What we've done is we're looking at 6 radios total.
What do you mean everyone will have a radio?
So we currently have, most everyone has a radio assigned to them. So when you pick up your radio, it has your name on it.
Okay.
And so they keep that radio. So everyone on scene always has a radio. And that's a big part of the safety of this, is that if something were to happen, everybody can communicate. And so like for the radio that we use is, it's an intrinsically safe radio. It has a boom mic, multiple batteries, so it's a little more expensive than just a normal radio. When we put the grant-funded positions on, I had one of those radios. I took mine and gave it to one of the new hires, and so we're kind of trying to backfill some of those at this time. And then we have some older ones too that we're trying to replace.
Great.
And they're about $5,900 a piece.
Wow.
So
Wow.
it's a significant purchase.
How long do they last normally?
A long time. Technology has changed a little bit over the last 15 years.
Oh, yeah.
And so, go ahead. Yeah.
I
and
said,
so-
I'm sure.
But in the radio world, but the quality of the radio is very high. So occasionally we'll have to repair one, 2 or 3 a year. We'll have some sort of repair work, but they're pretty durable.
Well, and they're so important to what you're doing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah, that's great.
Excellent.
That
Just-
answers my question.
just a
Yeah, I was
comment.
just wondering,
Okay.
when you said everyone needed one, you're pretty well set. You just need
We just
these
need a
6,
few.
these
That's it.
6 to fill in.
Yes, sir.
That's great.
Correct.
Just to compliment Chief for chasing grant funding to
Yes.
pay for this type of endeavor.
Absolutely.
One of my favorite
And
things.
it's
Trying to.
it is written and due on Friday, so
Fingers crossed, yeah.
I'm supposed he didn't finish that comment, but I'll talk about that later.
That's great. That's absolutely great.
Okay, super.
Need a public
If
hearing.
there's, I'm gonna open a public hearing. If everyone through asking questions, public hearing is open. I do have a card, or.
No, these are for
Nope.
the
Okay.
public comment.
I have no cards. Anyone wish to speak on this item? As long as we're not supporting toll roads, it says in there somewhere.
Mayor, if they give us enough grant money, I would recommend it.
Okay, public hearing is closed. motion's in order.
I'll make a
Move to adopt-
motion to approve Resolution R-20-4474.
I second the motion.
Hey, Callie, did you have a question, or were you gonna?
Oh, I was going to make a motion, but
Okay.
she was,
Sorry, I beat
You
you.
have
to
a,
the
have
punch.
a, have a motion to approve by Councilmember Wheat, a second by, I think, Councilmember Dodson, is that right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right, so would you open the vote, please? Okay, show it, so the motion's approved, therefore the resolution is approved. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving to agenda item 8, which is citizen comments, I do have a couple of cards. Tony Saris?
It's perfect timing. Skated in right before.
Technology here. Can I project this or not?
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah. Move it in the center, there you go. Okay.
Tony Saris, 5,000 Montclair, Colleyville. First of all, I want to thank you all for everything you do. I've been a supporter of the current council for over 3 years and think you're all doing a good job. And I also want to congratulate George and Kathy for your uncontested second term. So,
Thank you very much.
the one thing I just wanted to bring up real quick, and it's just a point. I've talked to Ray Reyes, the city construction director or whatever it is. And it's regarding Glade Road, and it's interesting, this was an article that was in the Friday email that the city sends out about 2 weeks ago. And what's sort of interesting, it talks about the upcoming remodel work that's going on Glade Road. And what you have here is a segment of Glade Road that's not currently under the plan to be developed. This is what was gonna be phase 3.
Clever, huh?
Westbound, near Melrose. And if you'll notice, this is westbound also on Glade Road, and what was phase 3 that was put aside, which I agree, phase 3 is almost completely on the south side, except for 300 feet, there's curb and gutter on the entire segment of section 3. 50% of the north side also has curb and gutter, and about a third of it's all concrete. So I don't have a problem with the decision not to construct phase 3. The concern is this 300-foot segment that is near Melrose, where there's no curb and gutter on either side, and it looks like the road goes around 2 trees. And if you look at it heading eastbound, the first tree looks like it's probably been hit 2 or 3 times already, and it's probably half dead. So I guess my question, and then the second tree that curves around looks pretty sad already too. I have a house that has 50 pine trees, 4 ash trees, 6 oaks, and a bunch of other stuff. So I'm a tree guy. I supported the city's move to not do away with a bunch of trees for a 10-foot sidewalk. But I think we've got a section of road here that's a safety issue that I'm not too sure these 2 trees really deserve to stay. So the entirety of how many 3 miles of phase 3 that's there's 300 feet that we need to really take a look at to see if maybe we want to reconstruct that section. So that's all I had.
Thanks. Where is that section again?
Across
So,
from Ashmore.
It's just east of, about a quarter mile east of Pool, of the
Okay.
roundabout on Pool.
Okay,
Melrose is the closest intersection.
yeah, I got you, okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
thank you.
Kathy Hadley?
I don't have my glasses. Go get my glasses.
Kathy, they're in
Yeah.
your hand.
Turn your hand.
They're in your hand,
Your left-
Kathy.
I do the same thing. It's like, where's my glasses?
Sorry.
Anybody see my phone? I do that too.
We all do.
Where's my glasses? Kathy Hadley, 204 Timberlake Drive North, to represent myself. Ugh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'll talk quickly. I have a neighbor. He's trying to clean out his parents' house. They've both now passed away. And he had to get in a dumpster. And so he was kind of shopping around. Well, CWD Trash Company, is that how you say it?
Yeah.
The guys who do the trash are great. I think the company needs to be straightened out a little bit. My neighbor was told, you can't use anybody but them for the dumpster. So he, really, so he went ahead and ordered one from them, and he was given a price, and they just delivered it today and got the bill, and it's not the price that they quoted him. He talked to them, and they're like, oh, we looked at the wrong price list. We didn't look at the 2020 price list. Well, that's not his fault, you know, they're trying to put it on him. So, and this is something that he will contact you, but this is my neighbor, and this trash company is doing him wrong, and it concerns me. And I don't know if y'all have any leverage. This is a Colleyville resident that CWD is being kind of squirrely with. This wasn't my neighbor's fault. They just looked at the wrong price list and gave it to him. Okay, next thing on Sherwood and Jackson. When you're on Sherwood and come up to the stop sign and you turn right onto Jackson, after all the rain we've had, it has really eroded. When you turn right, you can just drop down and, lose a tire in the hole. It's really gotten bad, so that needs to be looked at. Also, on Jackson, as you're going south on Jackson from Glade Road, after you've gone over the bridge, on the west side of Jackson, the water has eroded the road very, very poorly. I mean, it's awful. I'm always complained about this road, but the way the water's eroded it, and y'all put up, I think it was under this administration or the past, they put up some reflecting poles. Well, and then y'all have also put up some, I call them little bumpies on the road to wake up people when they start going over too far. Well, over all these rains we've had, it has eroded severely bad again, and it's like somebody's gonna drop down in there. In fact, I drive down Jackson, I kind of lean over and I look, it's like, ugh, I wonder if anybody's fallen in there. It's bad. And that's an area that really, truly needs some attention. For years, it's needed it. Okay, the land behind the senior center, I think that, I know there's like walking trails and stuff. I think it'd be really, really nice, I've talked about this before, if y'all did something for the senior citizens in the area. Some of the older fighters to preserve Colleyville, they're getting to the point where they're getting quite old. And they enjoy going to the senior center, and they could live in some nice little cottages, make it really nice old cottages, and they can walk to the senior center and enjoy the pond and all that. I know the people that live on both sides are probably going to be yelling and screaming about it, but you know what? These are the people who have fought long and hard for many, many years in the early days to keep Colleyville beautiful. Well, now they're getting to the point where they need help. And they enjoy going to the senior center, and this way they don't have to get out and drive or depend on people to drive them. They can walk to the senior center. They have, they can work out, they can socialize, they can listen to the different speakers, and they have lunches. I think that's something that I really wish y'all would think about doing. Let's see. Okay, the symphony orchestra, there is a teacher, she taught 5th grade, O.C. Taylor. She played one of the stringed instruments. Her husband is the conductor. This is a GCISD teacher who's on it, and her husband is the conductor of this fabulous orchestra. So I think that needs to be duly noted.
Oh, he's the conductor of the Fort Worth Symphony?
For this symphony?
Yes,
Oh, very
concert.
good. I didn't-
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
great.
he's the conductor and his wife, and I don't know if she's still teaching, but she taught my kids at
Yeah,
O.C.
okay.
Taylor.
Great.
And so I think that needs to be duly noted. These are Colleyville people.
Yeah.
That's great.
I like that.
Yep. Thanks.
And let's see. Well, and I can't say, I don't know for sure they live in Colleyville.
Yeah.
She taught in Colleyville,
Okay.
and that's good enough in my book. And I guess that's it, but, that senior center is something that really, really feel like God's tapping me on the shoulder saying, speak up for these people, because they're getting, they're getting older, and we don't really need them driving on the road. And they can't always, unfortunately, there aren't others they can depend on, but if they just have to walk right there, how wonderful. They deserve it. They deserve for Colleyville to take care of them. I'd appreciate it if y'all would do that. Thank you, and I always thank y'all for saving Colleyville and for the great job you do, and I never say anything about all the people who work in the back, and I really appreciate y'all too. I want y'all to always know that, all the people who do all the work in the background. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's all that we have for citizen comments. Any questions on reports? Agenda item 9?
No.
We do not need agenda item 10, therefore I'm adjourning unless somebody objects.
I don't know, we got 6
6
minutes.
Adjourn. 8:54.
Happy
birthday.
birthday.